Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it is now 4:01 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Officially called in this meeting to order. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. This is the City of South Fulton Mayor and Council work session for today, January 23rd, 2024. Mr. Mayor, can we have a roll call?
Yes, sir. This is roll call for today's meeting. Your Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
Your Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
Your Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Your Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
Your Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
Your Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pridgett, District 7.
Here.
And Mayor Khalid will be here shortly. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum. Oh.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Southwest Art Center. It's our first meeting of the year here in Southwest Art Center. We have a very quick meeting for you tonight, but we do have a couple of really important zoning cases to talk about, and we're going to get right to it. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item on the agenda is presentations. First presentation is explanation of zoning deferrals. I believe you want Mr. McClendon, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Mayor, I'm Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. Can everybody see me and hear me? I feel like I'm... All right, thank you. So I believe the mayor placed this item on for discussion tonight because he wanted to facilitate a discussion amongst council as to when we hold our public hearings for our zoning matters, our rezonings and our special use permits, as well as our modifications. When we went to the 2-meeting per month format, I believe there was some understanding that we would also have public hearings at both of those meetings, whereas previously we were only having public hearings for the first meeting of the month, and so. That's, of course, a council decision. What I will say from the CDRA perspective is that we only have planning commission meetings once a month. That planning commission meeting is the third Wednesday of the month, and so it is the meeting prior to your second meeting. But because we only have that meeting once a month, and we only schedule, when we advertise those meetings, we advertise the planning commission meeting and we advertise the city council public hearing in the same advertisement. So normally what we will do is we will advertise for the third Wednesday of the month for planning commission, and then that second Tuesday of the next month for the city council public hearing. It would get a little bit difficult for us to try to, well, I should say, I think it would be slightly confusing for us to try to schedule to advertise some of the meetings to come to the first city council meeting, some of the public hearings that come to the first city council meeting, and some of the public hearings that come to the second city council meeting. We would have to sit down perhaps at the retreat and think about what types of cases that we want to put on each meeting. It might become that we only want to do the short-term rental public hearings on one of those weeks, and perhaps that's how we do it. But of course, we'll follow the direction of council on how you want to, if you want to have those public hearings twice a month or just once a month, and what types of public hearings you want to see at each city council meeting. And unless there are any questions, that's it for me.
All right. Did folks follow that? Okay, so for the folks that didn't, you all may recall last month we had that 2-hour zoning hearing, and today we have no zoning hearings. So what I am proposing is that we have zoning hearings on both the second and the fourth Tuesday so that we don't have these super long zoning hearings. We would still only vote on zoning on the fourth Tuesday, but we would split the cases up so that we wouldn't have these very long hearings. At the retreat, we have this very anticipated retreat in about a week. We can discuss how we might split them up. Maybe we'll do all of the short-term rentals on a particular Tuesday or not, but just being able to use the time a little bit more judiciously so that we don't have really long zoning hearings once a month. With that, I recognize District 1, Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. I too think it would be somewhat challenging to do it. I think what we've seen is we may need to be looking at certain parts of our zoning case to see, because really if you take out these short-term rentals, the list gets very manageable. And I hope we'll look at that particular area of the code as we look at our retreat. I guess this is a question for staff. Are we fully staffed in CDRA yet?
We're very close. We have a planning and zoning administrator starting on the 29th. That's a position that we have not been able to fill for a long time. I certainly expect that individual to be a great asset to us in how we're managing these cases. We also have another zoning reviewer starting on that date. So I think at that point we will only be about one position short of being fully staffed out in our planning and zoning function. There are other functions in which we still need to fill some positions, but for planning and zoning, we're very close.
And is the backlog that we're seeing in terms of the volume, I know we only had one meeting in the month of December, is that why we came back and the list was twice what you would normally expect? I guess I'm trying to figure out, will this level off shortly because we're dealing with the lag?
I think the backlog of cases is more so due to cases being deferred, either at the Planning Commission or at the City Council level, rather than staff deficiency. Staff has worked pretty diligently to try to get these cases out. We have a set schedule of how we process cases, and we're normally able to process a case within that calendar period. It's just that when it gets to the Planning Commission stage and sometimes the City Council stage, there's still work to be done, and so deferrals will be requested either by the applicant, by the Planning Commission, or by City Council.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I just wanted to understand, because we have had a lot over the last couple months, and particularly this month, as it relates to this zoning cases. And if we can I was hoping if we could kind of clear those out, we'd have something that was manageable. And the deferrals, I guess, depending on how we act today or not, we deal with some of that today. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think we have 4 or 5 cases coming up for vote today.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes District 4, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. McClendon. I had a question around the same issue of the volume by case that Councilmember Rowell mentioned. And you did mention in your presentation that a recommendation might be to take the short-term rentals and probably put those in a different meeting. Because I agree with you, I don't think putting everything on every type of case in every meeting will really cause some confusion, because we already know that with the public, right? People showing up for meetings, not showing up when they should be there, and showing up when they shouldn't be there, right? So it's your strong recommendation, and that we put those short-term rentals on a different meeting altogether, and you think we'll be able to handle the others?
I would say that it is, that would be my recommendation, to place the short-term rental public hearings on a separate meeting date. It might also become necessary sometimes when cases get deferred. If you want to defer them for a shorter period of time, you might perhaps also defer some of those cases to that same meeting with the short-term rentals. But it's the difficult part for staff is that we have to advertise these cases very far in advance from when you all see them. By the time they get to you, we advertise them probably 2 months prior. So it's kind of hard to look that far into the future to know what types of machinations will take place as we're dealing with those cases that might change the facts that we're dealing with or the strategy that we're dealing with how we move them through the system. And so I think it's going to be very important for us to get on a very set schedule of how we do things. And if we know in advance that we're going to hear those short-term rental cases on the second meeting of the month or on the first meeting of the month, and we're going to handle the rest of those cases at that other meeting, it will be helpful for us to know that. And to, I believe, Councilmember Rowell's point, that those cases have added a considerable amount of work to staff, because it's not only the cases that we process and that get in front of you. There are also a number of requests that come in that never make it to that stage. So we have to work through all of those cases to get there. And so that is quite a bit on the staff.
Because my first thought, the question I had in mind was to ask you about the average number of cases by type that you guys deal with per month, to just see which ones are like the largest numbers, and do you anticipate any one of those groups, based on what is happening in the city and we're pushing for more economic development, do you see growth happening in some of those types more than others that may help us kind of come to a good decision and not have to come back here and change it in 2 months?
No, I see all categories of cases probably going up. I think the short-term rental cases will go up more sharply than the other cases, just because as we go out and incite the illegal short-term rentals, and they come in to try to come into compliance,
yes,
there's going to be more and more of those applications. But because of the development that's going on in the city, I do expect us to see a rising number of rezoning requests, modification requests, and other types of zoning requests that we might have to have a public hearing for.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Thank you. So when I think about over my 6-year career here, what is causing a lot of the deferrals, and most of the deferrals are coming because of the sense of unreadiness. And my question to you is, how can we, not on your part, because all you care about is the law and complying with the law and complying with our code, sense of unreadiness coming from the community and developers coming into the community and wanting to bring development that sometimes the community is not ready to, that the community may not be amenable to. And so for me, what I try to do is when I hear, and that's only when I hear about them, developers that want to bring development into my community, I encourage them to, before they file any type of application, to spend time in the community. And so my question to you is, I know when developers come in and when they want to file the application, it's your job to let them know what the current land use is, what the future land use is. Y'all have pre-application meetings or whatever. How can we encourage our developers to really try to get in touch with the council members and maybe try to spend a little bit more time in the community? Because I have found that when I have worked with the community and developers, by the time the planning, the land disturbance permit or the planning commission process starts, it just sails through because they have already gotten buy-in and consensus from the community, worked out all of the displeasures from the community, and it's an easier process. What happens is that a lot of developers come in and they file for they file an application with your department, and the community finds out what's happening, and then the community says, we need to have more time or we don't want this development, and it creates a lot of deferrals. So as the new CDRA director, I know you care about code and I know you care about the law, but how can you work with developers to try to encourage them to maybe spend some time with the community before they file applications?
Well, I certainly agree that developers do need to spend more time with the community. Here's the difficulty in that. All portions of our community are not as organized as other parts of the community. And so if you're going to try to do a development in a part of town where they have a community group that is very organized, they meet once or twice a month, you know when they're going to meet, then it's pretty simple for us to say you need to go on Wednesday and meet with that community association, and then that community association has a direct line to the council member, and they can kind of let it be known what their wishes are with that particular development. In other parts of the community, that's just not going to be the case, and so developers are going to come back to me and say, well, I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to. I don't know what it means to engage this community because there is no organized community group. There might be a disparate group of citizens who have kind of appointed themselves to speak for that community, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are going to have the buy-in or the ear of the council or of the planning commission or of staff. And so it's difficult for us to try to tell some people, well, you need to go talk to them, and then tell other developers, well, I don't really know what to tell you. So I think the answer to that question is to, for one, council members to be more involved early on in the process. I think starting at that CZIM phase, that Community Zoning Information Meeting, what we've been working with the city manager on doing is over-communicating with council as much as we can. And so when we get those meetings scheduled going forward, you're going to see us sending that out to you so that you can be involved and you can send it out to your community groups that you are aware of in the area of these developments. The other thing that we want to do is to try to start having some of these meetings in person if we can. And we reached out to you all last year, and we did get some responses about places in your districts where we can start to have community meetings in person, and hopefully that way we can better engage the community. And so it's going to take different things in different districts and different communities to help us to kind of raise that level of citizen engagement. But we're really going to need council to help us out with that because you all are definitely have more ties to your communities than staff does, because we're kind of chained to our desks with the amount of work that we have to do.
Thank you for that response. And the only thing that I would add to that is by the time the CZIM meeting occurs, that means an application has been filed. So once that CZIM meeting happens, then it goes to the Planning Commission, and the clock is ticking by the time. And so what I am suggesting to you is that when developers come in and file applications, even though it's not an organized, it may not be you may not know of an organized group in our communities, is there anything illegal or wrong for you to say, this is Councilmember Willis' district or Councilmember Gumb's district? You may want to reach out to them to see if it's any type of, if they can help you engage with the community. Is there anything wrong with saying that?
There's nothing illegal about saying that, but what I will say is this. I can't stop someone from applying for a rezoning or a special use. So even if I make that suggestion to them and they don't do it, then that application is still going to go through and we're still going to process it, whether or not they heed that advice. So it does kind of become walking the fine line with how we do that, because we don't want people to think that you're not going to be able to file your application if you don't get this kind of prejudgment or some type of preliminary buy-in from that city council member. I think we would run into some problems if we started doing that. But when we have our conversations with them, we do let them know it would probably be helpful for you to be in contact with this city council member and to engage those community groups up front.
Because when we talk to most developers who go ahead and file applications, they don't say they're told who the council member is or to engage with us. And so I would just ask that you all try to put that in your best practice, because if a developer comes before me, and if it's a District 3 development, and if my community is resistant to it and they have not talked to me, then you're going to get deferrals from District 3. I can't speak for any other district, but you will get them from District 3 because my residents matter. And especially legacy residents. I mean, all residents matters, but the legacy residents who've been there for 30 and 40 years, sometimes it takes them a little time to adapt to change. That's all I'm saying. The last thing I want to mention is the short-term rentals. I am agreeable to some of my colleagues to changing that to maybe hearing all short-term rentals on one council meeting, separating them out from the development. I do like the short-term rental process that we currently have in place. I will get with you and Councilmember Gumbs to see how we could probably try to tighten it a little bit. But what the short-term rental policy currently does do at this time is alert the community that short-term rentals applicants are being pursued in their communities, and it gives them a choice to say whether or not they want that in their community, or if it prevents them from having an oversaturation of them in their community. Most of our communities are traditional communities, and they want to know who their neighbors are. I'm not against Airbnbs. I love them, but I do agree that there should not be an oversaturation of them in our traditional communities. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs.
I just had a question, if there was an appetite just to have a separate meeting just for zonings. So, for instance, when, I worked in the county, they had just zoning meetings, not engage with all the other stuff, the business that we have of the city. So is there an appetite for that, or have you ever thought about that? I know it's an additional meeting that we'll have to add to our schedule. Oh, the city manager said no. Oh, okay.
No, I didn't say no.
Oh, you didn't say no. Oh, okay. So, is there an appetite for that?
Staff has not considered that. That would be a day where everybody would have to that would be another day out of the month where everyone would have to be present at a meeting. The only difference that would make to staff is that we would have to advertise that meeting. And so we would have to know when those meetings are. There would have to be a set meeting schedule.
So would that be
for the
so
year.
cumbersome if we did a set meeting schedule that we know, even if it's not the second or fourth Tuesday, but maybe the third Tuesday, that they're zoning meetings only?
No, we could get it done as long as we know far in advance.
Where I was going is it's not our call, it's your call.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to wait for you to finish.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay.
But if you don't mind, we can just check amongst council, just a show of hands. Is there an appetite for adding a third meeting to the calendar? I see one hand.
I think we should.
And no other hands. So I want to say this. I do want us to take advantage of the time. So we have a retreat coming, and we'll be able to talk more in depth about all of these issues, and it will probably be a more appropriate venue to do so. What I would ask at this time is just by a show of hands, are people amenable to having 2 zoning hearings a month. We'll figure out later, like, what's going to go on what calendar, but are people amenable for us so that we can start advertising that now? But can I see a show of hands of people who would be? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums, and I'm coming to you, Councilman Sebastian.
So when you say 2 additional meetings, you're meaning to include them in our already meeting schedule of regular council meetings and work sessions?
I'm not saying additional meetings. So we had a work session at 4, a zoning hearing at 6, and a regular meeting at 7 last week. This week, we have a work session at 4 and a regular meeting at 5. So all I'm saying is that going forward on 4th Tuesdays, that the 4th Tuesday calendar would match the 2nd Tuesday calendar. There'd be a work session at 4, a zoning hearing at 6. That wouldn't be 2 hours. Sorry, that wouldn't be 2 hours because we're having 2 a month, and then the regular meeting at 7.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking for, a show of hands, if people are open to that.
I would.
I see 1, 2, 3. Okay. Don't have a 4th yet. So for right now, we're going to keep this as it is. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you. Am I on? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reginald, thank you for the initiative to do community meetings. Y'all have heard me say for the last year, educating our residents on all of these issues is really super important because I'm learning every day how little our residents know about government. So I think it's going to be very, very important to bring your department into the community to explain these things before people end up in these heated zoning meetings, right? So I want to thank you for that. In terms of the lack of community groups, I think some of us have some other, at least I know in District 4, I have some volunteer groups that they're not that organized, but they're leaders within the community, and that I normally push things through, and we are organizing them to mirror certain parts of the government, and I've done that from day one. Some are working better than others, and I think if we look across the city, we can make that recommendation in certain areas. But I think Councilmember Willis is correct. This whole issue of not knowing at all what is coming and not being able to have these discussions, you can make those recommendations to them. And what I would like to see from you and legal is for you all to share some language with council. So when they come and they approach us, this is what you should say, how you should say it, and what you should not say. Because we don't want to end up in court because a council member put something in a way as well-intentioned, and somebody said, well, it's your fault why this didn't go the way that we thought it should go, so we're suing you, right? I can tell you some of the cases that I have known about that have come before and have apprised the community about, and then they would go and have these meetings. Some have not happened and some have turned out to be for the better, right? Because the community is now engaged on it rather than when the dirt gets turned or it shows up in a public meeting and people show up with the forks. So again, that part about the language for us, please work with legal and let us have that language, and also doing those community meetings, and I look forward to working with you and your team in doing some of these meetings in District 4. Thank you.
All right, I see a few more speakers in the queue. So again, if we are not going to make a decision to make any change, we can have further discussion at the retreat. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. McClendon, the other day I received an email, I believe it was from you, from your office related to, I'm not sure if it was your office or business licensing, and it was a spreadsheet indicating the new business license applications that come in. That was from your office?
That's correct. Business licenses is now under CDRA.
So what Councilman Willis was asking about in terms of knowing who's coming down the pipeline, when people are applying for business licenses, and the first step really is identifying what they're zoned for. And then if they're not zoned for that particular, what's in there, then you look at different options. So would it start with that application that's on the spreadsheet that you sent us?
It does start with that application. What I will say is that we're looking at the business license practices, because it's interesting what you said. It doesn't necessarily start out with that business owner making sure that they have the correct zoning. And so what we're trying to do is to implement a process where we look at the zoning piece of the business license application much earlier along in the process, so that hopefully a business owner won't get far down the line and then find out that they don't have the correct zoning. Now, I will caution that that only works when they come in and apply for a business license, and they don't go out and, as they always love to tell you, spend $500,000 before we hear anything from them. We can't really do much about that other than to try to engage the business community and some of those stakeholders who, those business associations who can do that type of public education about our processes. But we are looking at moving the zoning review up into an earlier part of the business license process. When you get that list of new business license applications, they are in varying levels of that business license review process. Some of them are brand new, some of them are farther along, and so we would have to discuss an individual business and look it up to know exactly where it is, but all of those licenses that you get, or those license requests that you're getting in the list, are new businesses that did not exist in the city prior to that application.
So basically, we also have to, we've talked about this before in previous council meetings, where I think that I said that when people are looking to do business with our city, I'm encouraging businesses to do their due diligence, and that's probably a lot of the problem or disconnect. Some people do not hire attorneys, they do not hire consultants, they do not hire expediters, and so they go in not understanding what our process is, and then they start moving through a process and then get down to a point where they hit a brick wall, because zoning is really the most essential part of the licensing process. So we have to make sure that we emphasize this, and even perhaps have some type of workshops for people who want to do business in our city, so that people understand that process, and even having something on our website that clearly identifies the different steps in our process, so that we don't continue to go back and forth and be mistaken. I yield.
I certainly agree.
Okay, I'm going to try this one more time. We have, the point of this discussion today was just to see if we wanted to split up our zoning here. Asking for special use permits. It also requires I want to call them Airbnbs, but rental places, right? So until we change our zoning ordinance, the volume of cases is not going to go down. The point of this discussion today, and what I'm going to ask is, does anyone have a motion on how to break up the meetings or add an additional meeting to handle the volume of cases? That's what the focus of this conversation is today. If anyone has a recommendation like that, I would ask for them to raise their hand so that we could hear that recommendation. The chair recognizes District 1, Dr. Rao, and you're next.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. In the queue, there's someone else.
Yes. So I'm going to use moderator's privilege now and try and move the discussion. And I want to just hear motions, and then we'll go back to the queue if people still want to keep talking about this issue.
Mr. Mayor, point of order again. In the form of a question for you. So you've placed this on our agenda, explanation of zoning deferrals, and you have Mr. McClendon who has come to give us an explanation of zoning deferrals. And then you have 7 council members that equally have different questions or commentary to make, and not everyone is being heard. So in the interest of equity, is there a process where we can have equity amongst the council when you bring these things on the agenda for a discussion, and yet everyone is not being heard?
The process for equity for discussion for this topic would be the retreat. We have set aside 2 days on Lake Oconee. We're going to spend an entire day talking about zoning. So if people have process questions or comments or suggestions for how to overhaul our zoning process, we have created an entire retreat to discuss. And the public is welcome to come. We're going to be at the Ritz on Lake Oconee. Come on out and you can sit there for our 8-hour discussion. But for this meeting, and perhaps, and my apologies if the item just wasn't labeled precisely enough, but this discussion is about adding an additional zoning hearing date somewhere on the calendar, either on the 2nd or 4th Tuesday or somewhere else on the calendar, to handle the volume of cases that we have, keeping in mind that we have to publish notice 45 days in advance of these hearings. So if we don't make a decision today, we will be stuck with the calendar that we have for February and March. With that, the chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Rowell.
I move that we maintain our zoning hearings on the 2nd Tuesday of the month, and that our regular meeting be limited to items for approval by consent.
Substitute motion.
Okay.
My substitute motion would be to have zoning meetings the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of the month, and to hear short-term rentals on the second Tuesday, and then to hear the rest of the zoning cases on the 4th Tuesday.
I have a substitute motion. So you see where we're going.
I think that we don't have consensus. So in a minute, I'm going to move on. But in the interest of equity, I'm going to let everyone make at least one substitute motion. The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gomes.
Certainly, I was just trying to say my substitute motion would be just once a month, but.
What we have now.
Yeah, what we have now.
Okay. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Mr. Mayor, I want a motion that we defer making any decision until after the retreat.
Second.
That is our first motion and second. All right, let's get a vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
Great. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, I am in the queue. I have a comment about this. And as you are well aware, I will not be at the retreat because I'm having surgery on the 29th. Are you stating for the record that you intend to silence me and not allow me to comment on the record, knowing that I cannot attend the retreat?
No, Councilwoman Williams, I would never attempt to silence you. It would obviously be futile. So the chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams.
Since I will not be at the retreat to participate in this discussion, I was just going to simply ask that during the discussion, consideration be given to the length of our meetings, that we are often here well into the night, sometimes 10, 11, 12 hours. And so before we start looking at having any type of zoning, anything twice a month, we need to look at where we can cut out on extraneous conversation, unnecessary dialogue, and all of the things that prolong the meeting where we are not voting on anything, we are just talking for the sake of talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams, for that suggestion. I just want to second that suggestion. So perhaps throughout the rest of this meeting, when I try to move us forward, even though people may be in the queue, if I could just be allowed to move the meeting forward, that would be great. If all hearts and minds are clear, I'm going to ask the chair again to sound the next item.
Next item on the presentations is the introduction of new staff. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. In the budget last year, we announced and you approved a reorganization, and we have made some very strategic hires. I have invited them this afternoon to come and be introduced. Some of them you have already met. Some are probably new faces in City Hall. So I'm going to call their names and ask them to stand and smile. Hopefully you can see them. I know the screen is in front of them, but I'm very pleased to have some new faces on board helping us to achieve our goals. So I'm going to do this by date of hire. Lindell Miller, Purchasing Director.
Well, that's far.
Yeah. You want him to come up?
Yeah, please.
All right. Do you want them? Lindell? Yeah. Maybe come up and stand here in the middle so everybody can see you. Don't be shy.
Oh, we've got this beautiful stage. You could come up to the stage so we can see you on camera. There are people that are watching online. Come on down.
Come on up, Lindell. General Services Director Gregory Dyson. Senior Court Clerk Latike Swift. I'm sorry, Senior Court Clerk Latike Swift. Latike Swift, I'm sorry. My Executive Assistant, Melinda Malone. Michelle Glass, Court Clerk. David Bryant, Senior Purchasing Analyst. Jane L. Corbett, Program and Events Manager in Cultural Affairs, and she is over the events and program at the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. Thomas Helado, Network Administrator in IT. Jerome Bird, Deputy Fire Chief. Marlon Davis, Payroll Manager. Jasmine Jackson, Permit Specialist. Deputy Police Chief Eddie Smith, Alderon English, Police Major, Adriana Eccles, Planner, Manuel Solomon, Senior Accountant, Althea Lewiston McLeod, Senior Accountant, Sylvie Callier Moses, Employee Relations Manager, Tim Abram, PAL Executive Director, Kenneth Wood, General Services Deputy Director, John Gearston, Cultural Affairs Director, Akiva Taylor, Human Resources Coordinator, and last but not least, Nasakiri Andrews, Photographer, Videographer, better known as SOC. Please join me in welcoming these new team members. I ask the mayor and council not to run them off tonight, please. I hope for them to come back tomorrow. But thank you all for joining our team, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to add our team members that is going to help to move our agenda forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Welcome to South Fulton. As you can see, our city is growing. Our city is growing, and our ability to respond to your requests and concerns is growing with us. Thank you, Madam City Manager. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the third presentation on tonight's agenda, cameras update. Chief Keith Meadows with the Police Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and Ms. Subadan and Attorney Hyman. While they're bringing that up, I'm really excited about bringing forward the camera project for the city of South Fulton. I know there's been a lot of confusion associated with the camera project, and it brings me a great deal of pleasure to talk about the progress that we've made so far in the police department, along with the city manager's office and our IT director, Neymar. If you would go on to the next slide, please. Okay, the table of contents here, we'll go over an overview of the camera project. We'll talk briefly about the real-time crime center integration, camera distribution, traffic intersection cameras, and our 5-year roadmap for the program itself. If you would move on. You can move on to the next slide. So one of the things we did, I became involved with CEPTID principles back in the 90s, and we wanted to make sure that as we built out our camera project, that we were doing that with all of these principles in mind. Many of our personnel in the park rangers program and in the community policing section are all CEPTID certified. We sent them to training all over the country to make sure that they had the proper certifications so that as we began to look at our vulnerable areas around the city, we would be able to make some really substantial recommendations as to where these cameras should go. CEPTID, if you're not familiar with it, is crime prevention through environmental design. You can move on to the next slide. And so one of the things we wanted to sit down and take a look at, I've had conversations with Artie Jones, our executive director of economic development. I've had conversations with Neymar. We want to make sure that as we build out this camera project, as I said, we're doing that with CEPTID principles in mind. Not only that, we're looking at the analytics associated with it as well. Our park rangers, along with our community policing personnel, have gone around to every city facility, looked at it, and made recommendations for where those cameras should go. And we've come up with a phased approach as it relates to the camera project. And so as we go through this, you'll see where we put more cameras in some areas because we found that those areas are vulnerable, and we want to make sure that we have eyes in the sky in those areas. You can move on to the next. These are a lot of the facilities that we'll be doing throughout the city. As I said, we'll be taking a phased approach. You'll see a lot of the parks and recreations places there. You'll see City Hall. You'll see some of our other city facilities. In the first phase, you'll see them delineated in this PowerPoint presentation as we're going through it. You can move on to the next slide. So, who's running the PowerPoint? Okay, so when we looked at our parks, when we sat down and took a look at our parks program, we found some challenges in some of our parks and recreational areas. You'll see at Burdette Park, we had some suspicious vehicles where two men were taking license plates off of a vehicle. We've had multiple drug complaints at Creel Park. We've had also gang activity around that Creel Park area as well. You'll see that in Trammell Crow Park, we have similar circumstances. And so as we began to build out our phased approach to this camera project, we want to make sure that we're able to pipe those cameras into our real-time crime center so that our personnel can get a bird's eye view of what's going on in our parks facilities. You can move on to the next one. Now, some of you have had the opportunity to come by. Each one of you have gotten an invitation to come sit in our ComStat meetings. And so what we want to do as you're going through them is to make sure that we're giving you a really comprehensive view of what our real-time crime center will do and some of the functionality. I know Councilwoman Williams has been already, and I know Councilwoman Rao has been there as well, and the rest of you, I believe, have your invitations. But this is the ecosystem that you see up here for our real-time crime center. You'll see we have things like drones, we have traffic cameras, we have emergency vehicles that have electronic devices in them, we have body cameras that we'll be deploying, we have our SWAT robot. All of these things that we're looking at in this ecosystem is integrated into the real-time crime center in one way or another. And the one thing that we've done is that we've asked, if you remember the press conference that we did recently with IBM, we've asked them to integrate each one of these into our program and build a portal between these various devices so that all of our technology can work in concert with one another. I heard one of our residents talked about how ShotSpotter wasn't effective and that we shouldn't approve the program. Well, if you plan on implementing ShotSpotter in the traditional sense where you're just putting sensors out there, then I would tend to agree with that. But if you think about other pieces of technology working in concert with ShotSpotter, then it becomes a more effective tool. And what I mean by that is that once a gunshot is detected, we're asking our body camera vendors to put gunshot detection in our body cameras. We have our license plate readers that are out and deployed. We have public sector cameras. What we've asked our vendors to do as the analytics are coming in and once those gunshots occur, that it will manipulate those cameras to meet those different activities that's taking place throughout the city. So leveraging the different platforms and leveraging the different assets that we have out in the city becomes extremely important at that point. And so we're asking that we put all of these things in cooperation with each other. And so our camera system is the actual foundation for that. So far, we've been able to solve 2 murders just from our flock cameras. I got some information from Councilwoman Willis today. We have our intelligence folks out scouring video, looking for a particular vehicle that was involved in a hit and run. And so being able to bring all of these different technologies in and making sure that we're leveraging them will be extremely important for us. So one of the things that will be on the agenda today is our Peregrine platform. And the way I explain this to the city manager is that one piece of it is an intelligence platform. That's the Peregrine platform that you'll see this afternoon. The other piece of it is the IBM piece, and that's a statistical platform. And they will be building us a data warehouse that will allow us to put a level of analytics over the top of it that we expect that will drive all of these assets that we're putting out in the field. So as we go back to our cameras, we're looking at 11 different locations in phase 1 that's already started. Now, this is the part that the IT director is working on, and you'll see in this phase many of the different facilities that will have those cameras erected over the next month and a half. I believe we're expected to have phase 1 complete on March 3rd. And it'll total 137 cameras. You can go on to the next slide. So if you took a look at the district maps, you'll see different areas where we've started or we will start with the integration of those cameras. You'll see from districts 1 through 7 where all of our city facilities are, and we expect that cameras will be installed in each one of those facilities. You can go on to the next slide. This is the bottom half of the city, I believe, 5 through 7. And so here you see a list. We have Welcome All that we expect that will have a total of 30 cameras. As I said, we've made an assessment throughout each one of those facilities determining where those cameras should go. We will be working with our public works staff to ensure that the trees that are growing around there are constantly maintained so that it won't obstruct the view of those cameras. That's going to be a really important piece of it. We've already identified some areas where we can get better visibility with some of our cameras. Next slide. There you see the tennis center up at Welcome All. Also, we're expecting to put 22 cameras there. We have Station 4, which is a total of 9. Then we have the Cedar Grove Precinct 2 and the Red Oak Precinct, 2 cameras. Then we have Fire Station 11, as you can see, 14, and so forth and so on. You all have all of the numbers there. If you would move on to the next slide. The traffic intersection cameras are going to be extremely important for us. As many of you all know, we have a large number of vehicle accidents and an even larger number of traffic fatalities, far too large for my liking. I think that it will be extremely important. We inherited, and this is no knock on Antonio Valenzuela or Public Works, we inherited a lot of problems, street problems, and these traffic cameras will help us in terms of being able to identify those areas where we're constantly having problems, as Councilwoman Gumbs well knows, right at Camp Creek and Butner. There's a huge problem. We're always having car accidents there. And so being able to put traffic cameras in those vulnerable areas, we will work with Public Works to identify those areas where they feel they need to be, and we'll also sit down and look at our statistical data as we begin to build out our traffic cameras as well. These are the top 10 locations where we have car accidents consistently. One of the things that surprises me, I don't see South Fulton Parkway on there. I would have thought the numbers would have been much higher, but clearly these are our top 10 locations for car accidents. Our 5-year roadmap is going to be, as we begin to build this out, I think it's important for us to understand where most of our challenges are throughout the city. We've talked about illegal dumping cameras. We want to make sure that we're putting those dumping cameras in the areas where you all get a majority of your complaints, but we also want to put other assets in those areas as well so that we can make sure that we're getting the most bang for our buck for the dumping cameras, the speeding cameras, the license plate readers, and things of that nature. It's going to be extremely important that we use technology to leverage other platforms. That's it for me. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Chief Meadows, a lot of the cameras that you talked about that are being installed, can those cameras be moved from time to time, depending on the different situations or the statistics that you find?
Absolutely. So we're purchasing a combination of different types of cameras, right? Some of them will be pole cameras that can be moved. Some of them will be covert cameras, which can be moved, and then the regular cameras that we're installing. Now, any camera can be moved. Our preference would be that once we put them there and the public gets used to them being there, that we maintain that and that we just continue to build to our assets as we move forward as a city. We understand that with the growth that we're experiencing now, that it's going to take even more. It's going to take almost triple the number of cameras that we have out there, Councilwoman. And I understand that some citizens have concerns about Big Brother watching, but understand this, that it's equally important for us to be thoughtful about the policies that regulate the technology as it is for us to actually implement these assets out into the field. So just know that we're going to be very thoughtful and intentional about how we develop our policies and how these assets will be used.
So I've had this conversation with many citizens that tell me that they're not calling the police because they feel that the more calls to the police when they observe crimes or suspicious situations, that it makes our insurance rates go up and blah, blah, blah. However, if you don't report these things, then you don't have the statistics to be able to identify the areas that have particular activity. Can you expound on that a little bit for the benefit of citizens?
So what we don't want to do is take the ostrich head with his head in the sand approach. The one thing that being in this profession for 38 plus years has taught me that everything is a piece of the puzzle, right? And so if someone witnesses one car break-in, it might very well be related to 10 other car break-ins, and not having that one piece of information could really be the difference in us catching the bad guys or even being able to prevent it in the future. Because when we talk about the analytics, we're building a statistical warehouse, we're building an intelligence warehouse, and we expect to marry those together. Well, if our numbers aren't real, then our analytics aren't real. And so it becomes extremely important for citizens to pass that information along to us. And while we might see increases in the short term, the goal is to experience it over a long term, right? And so we might have a decrease in crime this year, but the question becomes, is it sustainable? And I would submit no if our citizens aren't engaged and involved in the process.
And is there also, will we create some kind of mechanism to be able to get some of the feedback that we receive from our residents in particular communities or intersections that say, this is happening, we want you to see it, we would like a camera to come here, but is there a way that we can, number one, feed that into you, and then secondly, there are areas in our city that have poor visibility because of lighting. And is there a way for you to work with Public Works to also identify blind spot areas based on poor lighting and visibility so that we can make sure that these things complement each other and it creates the best atmosphere to reduce crime, because we know where, places are well lit, people will not do sneaky things. And also working with our business owners, like our big retail business owners that may not have updated their lighting, and give them some recommendations as to what would help reduce crime based on lighting and the camera system.
That's an excellent point, Councilwoman. And to your point, lighting is a huge part of the SEPTED principles and being able to gauge whether or not we have the appropriate assets in the right places. I know the mayor is really big on electric vehicles, but a lot of times what we don't realize is that, Tesla is not a car company, it's a technology company. And each one of those vehicles, as we begin to transition towards electric patrol cars, collects data. It collects data about your roads, it collects data about your sidewalks, your infrastructure, and all of these different things. And so as we begin to move forward, we want to make sure that we're mindful that when we do transition to electric vehicles, that we're able to get that data, pipe it into this ecosystem that we're talking about, and come up with some very real recommendations on ways for us to improve our infrastructure throughout the city.
Thank you, Chief.
The chair recognizes District 6, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you. If memory serves me correctly, we're about a year and a half away, give or take, from when the council voted and instructed the previous city manager to put the cameras in the parks.
Right.
Obviously, since that time, as we've discussed often, we continue to have issues in the parks and no cameras, even though this council gave a very specific directive for that to happen.
Right.
How much longer is it going to take for the cameras to get into the parks? And in looking at your timeline, can we prioritize that, given that this is something that the council, I believe, by unanimous vote, wanted to see happen back in 2022?
Absolutely, Councilwoman, and I certainly share your concerns. We're expected that Phase 1 will be complete by March the 8th. We're working with NAMAR, Director Strickland right now in an effort to try to help build out Phase 2, which will include the rest of the city facilities along with the other locations throughout the city that we've identified. And so I understand the need to get these cameras out as fast and as efficiently as we possibly can. And so that's one of the reasons the city manager has asked me to sit down with the IT director to make sure that it's done, not just for the sake of being fast, but we also want to be efficient with it as well, because this is quite a bit of assets that we're talking about deploying at one time.
The chair recognizes District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
So, Chief, thank you so much, and you are doing an excellent job. I appreciate all of the work that you're putting into this. The Councilwoman just kind of hit on exactly what my concerns are, as well as within the parks. I know with your report, there was, I think, 137 cameras that will be deployed.
Right.
And out of those 137 cameras, of course, I'm trying to figure out where are the cameras going to go for litter and dumping. So is that just
I'm sorry, you faded out.
for litter and dumping? So is that for, because I know at one point in time in 2022, we allocated funding for cameras for litter and dumping. It moved from code enforcement budget, then it moved to police, and I don't know where it's gone since then. However, the case is now is that we still need those cameras, and out of those cameras, that 137, are they just for policing, or is that also part of the litter and dumping?
It's part of the illegal dumping as well. I called around to a lot of other municipalities, and my concern initially was that these cameras that we're getting ready to use don't have cellular technology embedded in them. And as I began to talk to the courts and talk to other municipalities, it's important that you don't have a lot of sources going into those cameras, because they're going to be your primary source of evidence, right? And so we've sat down, and I know Director Strickland has been very thoughtful about this in terms of being able to identify the right type of product, and it seems that we're on the right track with that. So those cameras are being deployed. One of the issues that we see is that, as I said, you don't want a lot of sources going in there, so we'll have to go and pick up the evidence directly from the camera itself. But one of the things that Director Strickland and I have talked about was putting other assets around those illegal dumping cameras so that we can make sure that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. And so to your point, they are in the process.
They're in the process. Look, I know it's been almost 2-3 years now. So will those cameras automatically run into the real-time data center? Is that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So the illegal dumping cameras will not. And it was for that very point that I just mentioned, that you don't want other sources connected to the camera, so it would have to be a standalone camera. And when we piggyback off of other assets, then we're able to get things like license plates. We're able to get video from vehicles pulling off in there. But we want to make sure that we're putting those cameras in place with that in mind so that we're able to pipe those cameras into the real-time crime center.
So is it far-fetched to say that possibly it is very difficult to get cameras to catch illegal dumping?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Many of other municipalities have had very good success with the cameras that we're getting ready to deploy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, too, you know, a lot of our parks are going through facelifts, especially Cliftondale. And we've had incidents out in Cliftondale Park when it was all together. For these parks that are going through facelifts or getting some demolition done, will cameras still be placed out in those areas as well to deter illegal activity?
What we can do is put pole cameras in those parks.
Cameras?
Pole. Well,
pole, not
pole
old.
cameras.
Okay.
These are cameras that are movable for us. And so as Cliftondale is going through its facelift, I think it's important to realize that we're going to have to redo our septet analysis of Cliftondale, because that's certainly going to change where those cameras are placed once we get an idea of what buildings, because it's my understanding one of the buildings is being completely torn down. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's important for us to make sure that we have a good sense of what Cliftondale will look like over the next 3 to 5 years so that we can make real recommendations on where those cameras should go. So the short answer to your question is, yes, we could put pole cameras in Cliftondale, because certainly demolition equipment is usually a high target for theft, and we want to make sure that that's not occurring up around that Cliftondale community.
And here's my last question. So I got excited, of course, seeing the cameras that were being put up over off of Butner and Camp Creek.
Right.
And hoping that it will curb behavior. I know I've kind of chilled out a little bit, so hopefully, you know, a lot of people will as well. But my understanding is that with GDOT is that those cameras that are there, they do not record.
They do not.
Okay, but the ones that we're putting up, will they record as well, or that data? How will you go about retrieving any of the data if it's not recording?
Not the traffic cameras. The traffic cameras rarely record, but what we will do is ask our vendor to be able to allow us to go back once something has occurred and be able to record then. Because essentially what happens is you'll just keep, over the course of days and weeks and months, you'll just keep tallying up more and more video. And so only when those instances occur is what we're interested in. And so, but one of the other things to the camera, traffic cameras, is that I've had conversations with the city manager. Eventually we'll be developing our app again. But with this one, we would like to see some of those traffic cameras be accessible to our citizens, so that when they download it, they could look and see what, if there's considerable amount of traffic on Butner Road or South Fulton Parkway or Cascade or whatever the case may be, that they're able to avoid those areas. And so we'll also be very intentional about that, because we want to try to get as many eyes out there as we possibly can, because a citizen might be see something on one of the cameras and pick up the phone and call the police before we even have an opportunity to see it.
Understood. And I know I said last question. So will those cameras have the sensors for the flock? So like we'll know when stolen cars are flying through our city and stuff like that? Yeah. Are you supposed to say that on camera or no?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rouse sat there as cars were coming by, and it said expired license, stolen car, stolen tag, wanted person. I mean, it's just literally one after another, and the thing never stopped beeping.
Okay.
And so we literally had people sitting there. Today, I called one of our traffic officers because I had to give him kudos. He found a traffic accident on Flock. And I didn't even know we had the capability of doing that. He said, did we just have an accident at Old Bill Cook? and I forget the cross street, and radio said, it hadn't even come in yet. And he drove around there and found the car accident. It was a hit and run. So he was actually able to respond literally in real time when the incident occurred. And to an earlier point, when we talked about being able to leverage other platforms, one of the things that we're in the process of integrating is Live 911, so that whenever our police officers, whenever someone picks up the phone and calls, we don't have to wait for it to be dispatched. We can literally hear the 911 call as the person is calling in. So.
Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you, Chief.
All right, the chair recognizes, I believe the next person in the queue was Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Chief. I have a couple of questions. What is the current camera coverage of District 4 like? I know it's a huge area, it had some rural stuff. What is that like?
I'll be honest with you, it's probably less than 5%. Our goal is to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25%. Okay. But listen, we don't want to put a bunch of assets out in the field just for the sake of having them out there. Whenever we put something out there, we want to have a very specific plan in place. For instance, we found some holes in District 2 that we need to plug. Right? And so as we began to go through and build out, our camera infrastructure, we want to make sure that when our bad guys are taking certain routes, that those routes are covered, because the routes tend to be consistent.
Okay. On January 3rd, 2017, in District 4, I just stepped out of my car, left my wife sitting in the passenger seat in one of the large neighborhoods in District 4. Someone drove into the driveway where I was parked, pointed a gun at my wife, and took our car.
You said this was 2017?
2017.
Okay.
That's just as we became a city,
right,
before the election. The reason I'm saying that is because that day for my family will forever be remembered for as long as we live.
Right.
And I've left a scar on our family, right?
Right.
We may not have as much crime as other people, but victims are victims anywhere. And the reason why I asked you about that coverage, even in looking at the distribution of these cameras, without including the fire station, 50% of these cameras are going in one district. Half of the cameras are going in one district.
Right.
District 4, from what I see here, 2 cameras at the police station at the City Grove Plaza. That's what I see here. Maybe I missed some, Campbellton Road. I think that's Highway 92.
Understand this is just phase 1 now.
No, and
right.
I was coming to that.
Okay.
I was really coming to that because I know there are other hot spots in the city, and I ask for those crime reports every week.
Right, right.
And we're very proud that you guys have done good work. We've kept it down in District 4, and I've often talked about the quality of life issues that happens in District 4. So I don't want us to lose sight of that, because that little park called City Grove Park, I've talked about it very often, and we plan to do some work on it. But to me, it is one of the most unsafe parks in the city, because it's totally surrounded by trees.
Right.
You can be in the middle there. As a matter of fact, I've driven in there and I've seen people smoking weed, and so I've gotten complaints from it. So I'm hoping, I don't know when phase 2 is coming, but I'm hoping that is one of the parks, because as Councilmember Williams said, we have been waiting for a while to get those parks and those cameras in those parks. So for me, not having cameras in City Grove Park right now is disappointing. I'm just being real.
No, I
understand there are hotspots other places around the city, and I'm thankful that you guys have said City Grove is not a hotspot, so I'm thankful for that. But we're encouraging people to increase the use of that park.
Right.
So I just want us to keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
Because every time we talk about this thing called equity across the city, I know we're different, right? And I just go by, I really am a numbers person, so that's one of the first things I look at, where we distributing these cameras.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to point that out, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rowell.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm going to encourage everybody on this council to go to that CompStat meeting and see the Real Crime Center. It was insightful, exciting to see, and I'm going to tell you, it's not going to pay to do crime in the city of South Fulton, period.
I know.
The level of detail, I think we would all be very proud of the work that our police department is doing and the direction we're going in. And I'm just looking forward to the rollout. I do have a couple questions. I happen to be there, of course, during the day. I don't know what that looks like at night, but are we also looking at lighting in these same areas to make sure that we can take full advantage of the use of the cameras in this area? Is that done and being done in conjunction with the rollout of the cameras?
Absolutely. One of the things that I've had we just reorganized the police department a little bit to include a technology division. One of the things that our personnel will be doing is sitting down and taking a look at those cameras 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Many of the people that are assigned to that division right now has just about every camera they can bring up on their cell phone. In fact, Lieutenant Triplett was able to get bolos out just from his cell phone when things were happening in real time. And so lighting is going to be extremely huge for us, because if the lighting is poor in those areas, then our ability to leverage those assets is going to be bad. And so I know that we've done a lighting study throughout the city. And so as we begin to notice those areas that are challenging, we'll make sure that we pass that along to Public Works and to the city manager's office.
Thank you. And I'm also very excited that we're moving forward with trying to roll out Live 911. I've talked to you several times and got excited seeing what they've done in Brookhaven, and just looking for a tool to improve our response time for our citizens, and also to give our officers what they need to, one, make sure they're safe and they understand the situations they're going in. I think it's going to be a game changer for the city.
I firmly believe that. Firmly believe that.
All right, the chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I'll be brief. The decisions on where these cameras are going were made on data-driven decisions, crime stats and statistics, correct?
Well, the ones at the facilities were not. So the ones at the facilities were based on our CEPTED analysis. And when they went out and looked at those vulnerable areas, certainly we made those recommendations. But if you're talking about our public sector cameras, then yes, they were. But the phase one is mostly city facilities. Right,
and so basically you all are effectuating the policy that we put into effect, and I can tell you exactly when it was, because it actually was a policy that I led, Resolution 20022. So basically they're effectuating policy, which is what they're supposed to be doing. And, as far as the other cameras, you said those are based on crime data?
The public sector cameras are based on crime data, yes.
And so for me, it's not about, my district. I don't care if you have to put, if someone has a huge volume of crime and you have to put all the cameras in one area, I'm fine with that. I just want our residents to be safe. Right. I don't just stay in District 3. I travel all over the city, and we need this entire city to be safe. And so that's my position on that. I know that we have, the reason we did the resolution to place the cameras in the parks is because we had some crime incidents. We had a shooting in Welcome Mall Park.
Right.
We recently have had copper theft at not only Welcome Mall Park, but we had copper theft at the Tennis Center and a few other parks. The copper theft is on the rise again. We had some car break-ins at several of our park facilities.
Right.
And before it gets hot, when the weather gets well, our park facilities are heavily utilized. And so that is why I just want to put on the record that in 2022, that resolution was brought forth. It was as a result of a shooting that happened in Welcome Mall Park. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
One of my neighbors a few weeks ago called my house and said, "Do you know there was a drive-by shooting around the corner from you?" So we had 13 shots. And I said, "Actually, I did not." "Did you report it?" The answer I was given was, "No, not really." Why? Because I'm scared. I'm for making this entire city safe. But what I will never agree with, regardless of who is involved, is this thing called inequity. I don't complain about a lot of things. And they say the squeaky wheel gets the oil. I'm putting everyone on notice. 2024 is squeaky year for District 4. I'm not going to be quiet because I've learned for 2 years, and I felt I've learned a lot of things and given us a lot of opportunities. I'm for this entire city, but I am the council member of the people in District 4 that elected me here because one of the things that they said, they were not getting enough and they want to change. So if anybody going to want me to sit quietly here and not point certain things that are obvious, as I said, 50% of the cameras being deployed have been put in one district. And while it's phase 1, I get it. That's why I wanted to know when is phase 2 going to be implemented. And that's why I'm pointing out to you, Chief, that sometimes there are crimes that happens that people don't report, but they may talk to the council members. And when they report of being or feeling unsafe, then anything that we can do to make them safe, we should do. And I have a responsibility to work towards that.
Yes, sir.
I am very happy that we're rolling this thing out. But again, I have a responsibility to everyone in the city, but I have a responsibility to the people of District 4. Thanks.
All right. With that, before we sound the next item, we are now 30 minutes behind schedule. Thank you, Chief Meadows. I'm going to ask for us to table the executive session that was scheduled for 4:30 so that we can go right into our 5 o'clock meeting.
Mr. Mayor.
I will entertain a motion for that.
I move to go into executive session to discuss personnel, litigation, real estate, or cybersecurity. And cybersecurity.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into an executive session for an indefinite amount of time. Is there discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes. Is there anything that we need to go into executive session to discuss that's time sensitive?
I'm going to,
That can't wait until the end of the meeting?
For that, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager. Madam City Manager.
Yeah, we have a personnel issue, and we have outside counsel who's here.
Okay.
So There is something that's time sensitive.
Okay, well, in that case, I apologize to the residents. I know that you're here and we hate to see you wait, but what the city manager just explained is that we have outside counsel that need to converse with the council, and they are not available to stay until the end of the meeting. So unfortunately, we will have to take executive session. I just want to put that on the record because I know a lot of residents don't like us to do this.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me. I would like to also put on the record that this is part of the business that we do. There are times where we have to conduct business or discuss sensitive matters in executive session, so I don't apologize for it. We do appreciate that you come out and you participate in these things that we do, and we are considerate of your time, but these are the things that we have to do. I yield.
All right, I would ask, in consideration of the people's time, if there is a substitute motion to go into executive session for only the time-sensitive item, and that we can then do a second executive session after the meeting. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
I offer a substitute motion to limit our executive session discussion to litigation and they both fall under litigation.
Just personnel.
And personnel.
Second.
All right. There's been a motion and a second for a substitute motion. Mr. Clerk, let's just do a vote by show of hands.
Can you put your hands up? Okay. I record that as unanimous. That vote is approved unanimously. We are recessed at 5:32 p.m. for executive session.
Thank you.
For litigation and personnel only.
Apologies for that extended intermission. We're going to go ahead and start our 5 o'clock meeting, but first I need a motion to end executive session.
I make a motion to end executive session.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, may I get a vote by show of hands?
Record that. Motion approved 5-0. We are reconvened at 6:37 p.m.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to end the work session.
I move to end the work session.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's do this vote by show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously. The work session is adjourned at 6:37 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of City Council. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call for the regular meeting, January 23rd. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present, but that's not the order of the agenda.
I'm sorry, what'd you
Not
say?
the order of the agenda.
She said,
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, we're not following the agenda? We haven't adopted.
Oh, yes. Okay. We're going to do the roll call vote, and then we'll go to the next. Let's just do the roll call and make sure everybody's present.
roll call, the Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, we'll go ahead with our invocation.
Tonight's invocation, if she is still here, oh, yes, Ms. Joyce Armster will provide the invocation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Eternal God, most gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you to say thank you, Lord, for this day. Thank you for your tender mercies. Thank you for your loving kindness. Thank you, Lord, for watching over us all day, keeping us safe from hurt, harm, and danger. Father God, forgive us for anything we said, done, or thought right now in the name of Jesus that was not pleasing to you. Lord, this is a new day. This is a new year. Bind us together in love. Lord, help us, oh Father God. You said, except you build the city, laboring is in vain. God, we need your help. Help us, Almighty God. Lord, bring the council together, that if a brother or sister should fall down, that they will not step on them or drag them this year. God, they're going to lift them up, and they're going to love them back until they get stronger. Because one thing is for sure, whatsoever you sow, that you shall also reap. Help us, Almighty God. Continue to look over the police. Keep them safe from hurt, harm, and danger. Watch over the fire department and the EMS. And Almighty God, even the community leaders that have been stomping the grounds for a long time. Lord, help us to make the city a great place to live and a great place to visit. We will continue to give you glory, we'll give you honor, and we'll give you praise. It's in your name that we continue to pray forevermore. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Will we stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of the City Council meeting minutes. Approval of City Council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes from January 9th, 2024, work session meeting minutes from January 9th, 2024, and alcohol license zoning public hearing minutes, January 9th, 2024.
I move to approve the council minutes as sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please, let's take this vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right. I'm going to remind everybody to flip over to the next meeting in Novus. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 6, adoption of the City Council meeting agenda. Mr. Mayor and Council, I did receive a few additions for your consideration. The first is a board appointment W. Amara Kennedy. Councilmember Williams Brown is representing him for appointment to the Public Arts Commission. We also have Councilmember Pritchett, who is submitting 3 items for your consideration. They are meet your councilwoman on January 30th at 6 p.m. at the Economic Development Office. The second item is Senior Day at the Capitol, co-hosted with State Representative Mandisha Thomas. It's on February 5th, 9 to 11. And the third event is Senior Breakfast on February 6th at the 50-yard line at 10 a.m. Those are the items that I received.
Question.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
The senior breakfast at the Capitol, why do we need to approve that? That's not a city event. I'm confused.
So I have put that on the agenda just to acknowledge that I am co-hosting the event with the state representative. I will be providing breakfast, which is coming out of my budget, so I want to make it clear that I am co-sponsoring that event.
Okay.
Repeat.
All right, so if you would just...
Mayor, can you repeat those?
Yeah, I am. If you would just repeat those items for me again.
Yes, so I have one item, a board appointment from Councilmember Williams Brown,
Okay,
W. Amara Kennedy for the Public Arts Commission.
All right, we will just add that as item 11A.
And then the next 3 events are city events that Councilmember Pritchett wishes for the board to approve. That's Meet Your Councilwoman on January 30th at 6 p.m. at the Economic Development Office. The next one is Senior Day at the Capitol, co-hosted with State Representative Mandisha Thomas on February 5th from 9 to 11 a.m. And then the third event is Senior Breakfast on February 6th at the 50-yard line at 10 a.m.
I have one event to add.
Okay, wait, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. We're gonna do this because people have actually been waiting quite a while for these hearings. So let's just add these items at the end. 21. The appointment will be 21. The events will be 22A through D. It sounds like we have another event. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, a senior Valentine event in partnership with Parks and Recreation to be determined. I don't have the date. It was just talked about today. So I just need to add that for February.
All right. Any other additions? All right, seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by show of hands.
That motion is approved unanimously.
All right, and we are now at my favorite part of the meeting where we get to hear from all of you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item, that brings us to Roman numeral 7, which is public comment. I did have received a number of cards for public comment, but for the public's edification, I will read the rules for public comment today. The City of South Fulton believes that any resident or business owner located in the city limits should be afforded the opportunity to address the mayor and city council, provided that designated rules are followed by the speaker. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not disrupt the City Council meeting by speaking for too long, by being unduly repetitious, or by extending discussion of irrelevancies. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Anyone who demonstrates these behaviors should have their microphone disabled. Speakers should not be allowed to make remarks that have been legally recognized to not be protected speech comments while addressing the council. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purpose of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read, we do have 2 microphones out front. Please approach the microphone and state your name, address, the item you're addressing, and the council district you reside in. First speaker, Ms. Ashley Burtz, Ibrina Jagama, Glenda Collins, Ren Barmore. Actually, I don't know if it's Mr. Barmore, I see you're a resident of Kennesaw. Okay. So please be certain to state your address and whether you're a resident. Ashley Burtz, Ibrima Jagma, Glenda Collins, Connie Robinson. To speak, you must be a resident of the City of South Fulton or a business owner.
All right, and before we begin, I just want to be clear, these are all public comments. None of these are for the Synergy Bursell. That's an entirely separate public comment, period.
That's a separate public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Ashley Burks. I'm a new resident here in the city of South Fulton. I reside on Monster Street in South Fulton. I had a question that I pre-wrote, but I don't remember it verbatim, so I'm going to paraphrase that question. This is my first time ever asking a question to council, so please bear with me. So I'll paraphrase the question, and essentially, as a business owner, I have several different businesses here in South Fulton, and I find it a little bit difficult to be able to aggregate funding to impact change. I see a lot of funding around other utilities that you need for the community, but none necessarily for the youth, for for the people that are not spoken for. And with that, with my in Hempstead, we are trying to open a building called an empowerment center so people can become empowered, and when they leave, they receive wraparound services, and there's no wrong door for them. Because here in Georgia, many times if you go to a different service center, it's a wrong door. We want to create a place that's no wrong door, but we don't know how to aggregate that funding. Where would we find something like that?
All right, we don't usually answer questions at this time, but I will. My chief of staff is in the back. Yusuf, you'll raise your hand. He will talk to you and get you with our economic development director, who is not present right now.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And thank you for being a part of the process.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Council. My name is Ibrima Jagana, resident District 2. I live at 3429 Hamden Square. And one thing I want to speak on is this rezoning that we have for 3280 Stonewall Tel, which is Z23019. And just kind of want to make a few comments regarding that. Since our last meeting, we did meet with a councilwoman, Councilwoman Gomes, regarding the rezoning application, and she did have us have a meeting with the Stonewall Tel, the Cliftondale Community Club. So I just want to say thank you for that, because that process did allow us to see doing this rezoning or any development, it's not just a matter of having the sign in front of the yard or sending out 1,500 mailers to the community or just saying that you followed all the procedures that's outlined on the city website. It really is about engaging the community and hearing what they have to say. So, I just want to really thank you for that and thank Mr. Marcus as well. He did a very great job at receiving us there. He welcomed us. And, we did hear from the community. And there's some stuff that we got from them that perhaps might not change what we're going to do with this particular project, but moving forward on a future development, it'll allow us to approach it differently and also engage them even at an earlier part of the deal. So again, I want to just thank all of you guys for what you do, but I think that that's very important. So it's not, for me, what I've realized is not just sending out all the mailers, doing everything you've been asked to do. If you don't hear from the community, you still have to reach out to them where they're at. You just still got to make sure that, maybe knock down the neighbor's door, say, hey, I sent out this mailer, you never showed up. Is there any concern you have? So I really, really appreciated that in the process. One other question that I have for the council real quick is that, and I know time is up, I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but there's a lot of immigrants that are in our community coming from mostly west part of Africa, West Africa, that's where I'm from. And I don't know if you guys drive around or you see them. So what is the city doing in regards to reaching out to them as far as any needs they might have? I mean, some of these guys might have health issues or they might not have housing. What I did, the little bit I could on my own, is to get a couple of them and, just help them out with work, and, volunteer at the food pantry. And on the weekend, took some of the food to them. I don't need the food, but I know a lot of people that do. So I just want to know, what is the council doing in reaching out to these people? I mean, you drive on Cascade, you drive on Campbellton Road, Old National, you see them. I know you guys have seen them.
We hear you, sir. That's your time, and we will definitely
we need to reach it. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Glenda Collins, Connie Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Glenda Collins in District 5. I have a few questions regarding rezoning. What determines the criteria for rezoning from AG1 to TR townhomes? Is it based on staff recommendation, planning and commission recommendation, or community involvement? Is it consistent throughout the city? On the last council meeting, there was a request to rezone from AG1 to TR, and that request was denied. So my question to you, is it consistent throughout the city? And I think it needs to be reviewed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments?
Connie Robinson.
I think that she may have left during our intermission.
That completes our speakers.
All right, Mr. Clerk. All right, and with that, please sound the next item.
Brings us to council comments.
All right, we'll start this time with District 1, Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. I want to let residents of the city know, me and Councilwoman Gumbs are hosting our third annual Senior Valentine's Day Party on February 14th at the Ena Ranch. If you have not registered, we need you to register. The link can be found on the city's website, social media page, as well as both our social media platforms. And that's the only update I have for us today.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gumbs.
Thank you all for coming out today. Yes, we're excited about the Senior Sweetheart Day Party that's happening. So make sure you get your nice red dress or something red. And then you can also go get married down at Fulton County Court after you meet the love of your life at this event. So make sure you come. Also, too, tomorrow we will be having our Senior Fitness Health Day at Sandtown Park. We're excited about using the new park. We have Deshaun, the guru of abs, who will be working out our seniors, and that starts at noon tomorrow at Sandtown Park. You don't have to register, but if you are interested in coming to work out, meeting new friends, getting some additional resources that we have with the city, please come out. Our fire department will also be there, as well as our police department and other health and community resources. Oh, I'm sorry, the Sandtown Rec Center. I apologize. So you will not be outside. You will be working out in that brand new gym with all the pretty floors. Also, too, the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Alpha Beta Omega chapter of South Fulton will be having a Women in Politics forum on January the 27th, which is this coming Saturday at 1:30 p.m. at Langston Hughes High School. If you are interested in learning more about how women in politics, we have about 5, I believe, women that are in politics that will be on the panel, including Councilwoman Rowell and myself, along with a few other South Fulton elected officials that will be there as well. So we do encourage you all to come out, especially any of the youth, so they can get more information. And we'll be also focusing on voter issues, as well as if you are interested in running for office. Also, too, we have took some initiatives that we have been working on, such as Curb Your Dog. I don't know, I see a lot of posts on Nextdoor, and I also included in my newsletter. We have an ordinance in the city of South Fulton that doesn't allow your dogs or your animals to relieve themselves on your neighbor's property. So hopefully you all will start following that procedure, and we want you to talk to your neighbors, because it is very uncomfortable when you're chasing your neighbor because their dog pooped in your yard. So we are really focusing on trying to eliminate those issues as well. So please, if you need more information on Curb Your Dog, please reach out to your council members as well. And lastly, also too, I placed some information about decorative trespassing signs that you can put in your yards. We are trying to take a more active approach, especially with these vacant properties that are here in the city of South Fulton. But we do have some decorative, no trespassing, no soliciting signs that you can place in your yard, not the big, what is it, orange and black ones, not those, but these are nice ways that will give law enforcement at least the opportunity to really understand if somebody is really intruding on your property or not. So that concludes my comments for today. I hope everyone have a fantastic week, and that's all I have.
Thank you, District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. As you all are maybe not aware, that this month is Human Sex Trafficking Awareness Month, and that is one of my mantras. We do have a human sex trafficking ambassador program here in the city of South Fulton, where we have over 100 ambassadors trained, and we will be doing more training. I want to thank the city manager, because she allowed my office to place toiletry collection boxes throughout the city in partnership with ASEC Deltas and the Tau Omega Psi Phi. We were able to pack over 500 toiletry bags at Siloam Church this Sunday, and we delivered them to Youth Sparks, which is a nonprofit program that help youth, men and girls, young men and young girls who are victims of human sex trafficking. And so thank you to ASEC Delta and Tau Omega Psi Phi. It really felt good to deliver those toiletry bags to the human sex trafficking nonprofit group. And she said that they will go to good use, because she services about 300 kids a year. So sex trafficking is still a major problem in Metro Atlanta. I want to thank our Park and Recreation Division for hosting the Cocoa, our annual Cocoa and Jazz event at Welcome All Park. It was amazing, and Our community really enjoyed it. I do see it growing next year, and maybe we'll have to move it to the gym and out of the atrium. It was well attended. And if you are not getting my newsletters, what I would like to ask for you to do is text District 3 at 42828, and so that you can subscribe to them, or you can send me an email at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov, or you can text me or call me at 404-803-4219. Thank you so much.
Thank you, District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one thing, just to remind everyone of my virtual town hall this Thursday at 6:30. You can sign up via my newsletter. It's also on social media, and I'm looking forward to speaking with the residents, especially those of District 4, to bring you up to date as to some district and city wide things that are happening here. Lots of good things are happening. Those are just not being publicized as much as some of the other stuff. So hopefully you'll find the time to join me at 6:30 on this Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, District 5, Councilwoman Bill.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here this evening. Again, to the residents of District 5, I would like to provide my contact information, as we have a lot of new things in the works. We will definitely be working on our upcoming newsletter, many community engagement events that will be added to the calendar, as well as just being able to get out and meet with each and every one of you as a resident, and specifically in District 5. So I can be reached directly at kiosha.bill at cityofsouthfulton.ga.gov. Please feel free to reach out to me directly at 470-525-1974. And again, be on the lookout for some great opportunities and great community engagement events within the District 5, specifically working directly with our Parks and Recreation. So special thanks to our everyone that works with the Parks and Recreation. So again, please reach out to me. We're going to have some great health and wellness, some great educational and resourceful events for each and every person within our city, but specifically it will be housed in the District 5 area. So please feel free to shoot me an email, provide me with your information so that you can be added to the newsletter and email list that will be coming soon. I also want to thank the residents that I had an opportunity to meet with on last week within the Feldwood area in regards to some new developments and so forth. So I just look forward to serving. I look forward to working with my colleagues, and please reach out to me directly. Thank you.
Thank you, District 6, Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the residents who came out for the community meeting regarding the proposed zoning in District 6. I definitely appreciate your attendance and your engagement, as well as the comments and the feedback that you gave. Secondly, I would like to encourage residents to please continue to engage in these community meetings, particularly around proposed zoning and development that is attempting to be brought to the old National Corridor. The community is what we make the community be, and I need everyone to, please, even if you cannot come, email or call or somehow put your thoughts and your comments on record so that we can make sure we're doing our part in responding to these zoning requests when they come up. The second thing that I think I would like to say is a reminder as all the council members do, if you are not getting my newsletter, to please get in touch with me, get in touch with my office, so that you can be added to ensure that you are being kept abreast of the things that are happening and things that are going on. And also, just to let you know that if you were getting my newsletter and then you unsubscribe from my newsletter, if you want to be added back on, you have to use a different email address. You cannot use the same email address that you were using, because the system will not recognize or will not let me add you back under the same email address. So please, if you are someone that wants to resubscribe to the newsletter, you're going to have to give me a different email address to use so that I can put you back into the system. And finally, just as you've heard me say earlier in this meeting, I will be on medical leave, deaf for about at least a minimum of 2 weeks, where I will need to be home completely recuperating. So if you do need assistance over the course of those initial 2 weeks, to please contact Mayor Pro Tem, because I'm not Mayor Pro Tem no more, Mayor Pro Tem J.C. Sebastian. He has agreed to cover the district for me for those first 2 weeks. I will be able to be up and about in a very limited way after that. And obviously, I will be able to talk on the phone and respond to email. But if you do need assistance between January 29th and February 11th, please contact Mayor Pro Tem J.C. Sebastian, and he will assist you during that time until I'm able to be back online. Thank you.
Thank you, District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you again for acknowledging me. First, I'd like to express my condolences to the King family in the passing of Dexter King, the youngest son of Martin Luther King, Jr. I also want to say that I had a wonderful time on Martin Luther King Day with Councilwoman Gumbs, who had a community service project at Stonewall Tail Elementary with many other members of her sorority and the Divine Nine. We had a lot of fun engaging with the community, and it was really a very heartfelt event. I also stopped over at Councilwoman Rowell's cleanup for a few minutes, and it was nice to meet the people on Cascade that really took the time out in very cold temperatures to clean up that area. So I appreciated that service project as well. I have a few events coming up in the next 2 weeks. On October 30th, I will be having Meet Your Councilwoman for District 7 residents that would like to come out and talk to me about the different issues that they're having in their communities, would like to meet me, and just have a chance to meet your neighbors and community members at this meeting, which will be at 6 p.m. at the Economic Development Office. We will also have representatives from the police department, from the fire department, code enforcement, and public works to be able to properly answer many of your questions and concerns, and also explain the proper processes to report things like using C-Click-Fix and other mechanisms that streamline our process of being able to deliver services to you. On February the 5th, we will be going to the Capitol. This is a senior day at the Capitol, where I am a co-host with State Representative Mandisha Thomas, who represents a portion of the city of South Fulton. And this will include a breakfast. This event starts at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And this is for seniors, but even if you're not a senior, if you'd like to come to the Capitol with us, please come. And we will be having a tour of the Capitol, and we will even have the opportunity to meet with the governor. So if you want to engage in all of that opportunity, please RSVP to Representative Thomas's office, and the phone number is 404-656-6372. You can also contact my office, 470-809-7707. And then the next day, we will be having a senior breakfast in District 7 at the 50-yard line breakfast bar and grill. And this event will be in coordination with Seniors Reaching Seniors, and this is also an opportunity for seniors in our community to engage with me. We will be talking about community updates. We also have Ms. Gloria Jenkins, who is the founder of Seniors Reaching Seniors, and she will be bringing a congressional senior survey that's going to be very important to let our congresspersons know exactly what seniors want and need from our federal partners. We will also be talking about our new maps. We've just gone through redistricting on the state, county level. That is pretty complicated, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And so if you would like to attend that event, please call my office to RSVP at 470-809-7707. And as always, I really appreciate everyone that comes out to these council meetings, even you all that are watching online and that may watch a replay later on. It's really important that you remain civically engaged and involved, because that helps us be able to help you even better. Thank you.
All right. And while our clerk brings up that slide, I just want to reiterate the prayers of this entire council are with you, Mayor. I'm sorry, you're not Mayor Pro Tem, but I'm so used to calling you that, Councilwoman Williams-Brown. I was not aware before today that you were actually headed for surgery, so you're in our prayers. Also, as you've heard, the King family is in our prayers with the death of Dr. King's youngest son, Dexter. You can go to the next slide. You've heard we had a wonderful MLK weekend, which we kicked off by giving away over $500,000 in grants to local businesses. I want to, though he is not here, give a special shout out to our Economic Development Director, Artie Jones, who oversaw that program, and the incredible staff of Economic Development. You can go on to the next slide. We do have a couple of incredible events happening right here on this stage. We are bringing Broadway to you for Black History Month. With the hit musical Fela. For those of y'all who do not know, it will be a great education about an iconic African singer. This actually was one of the first musicals in recent history that had multiple nominations for African Americans. The lead, the originator of Fela, was actually a City of South Fulton resident and a graduate of the Tri-Cities High School, as well as Sekon Simblo, who also originated one of the roles here. You can go to the next slide. But you can get those tickets at felaatl.com. They're going to go fast. It's only going to be here for a couple of weeks, so definitely do that. There are so many great things happening, but I do want to just draw everyone's attention. Our Parks and Recs department, beginning yesterday, is starting to sign up for some of our spring youth athletics programs. So you can find this information at cityofsouthfultonga.gov. or in my newsletter. As always, on fourth Saturdays, the first dog and I will be at Canine Crossing Park for our Park and Pause, so you get to come out and parlay with myself and the first dog. We're going to be doing a champagne toast to the new year. It's doggy champagne, so bring out your furry friends. They've been inside all week. It's been super cold, so let's let them get out and run around, and you can go on to the next slide. So you can, of course, Mayor Mondays, every Monday that I'm in town, you can stop by the office and get 20 minutes with me, and we'll sit down and talk about some of these things that we heard today or anything else that you are interested in. You can just call my office at 470-809-7710. And as always, you can find all this information in my newsletter or on our mobile alerts. Text the word Fulton to 33777 for those. Thank you so much. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 9, consent agenda. We have one item on the consent agenda, which is the spreading of the minutes for the proclamations that have been presented.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take that vote by a show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound to the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 10, alcohol license rezoning special use permits for a motion and a vote. The first item actually is a public hearing. It's a public hearing on the proposed Burcell Technologies Materials Recovery Facility and anaerobic digester located at 4785 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, Southwest, to receive citizen comments on a determination of consistency with the City of South Fulton Solid Waste Management Plan. It's a public hearing, and I believe, Mr. Mayor and Council, we did get one person who I believe represents Burcell Technologies, and you should have previously received a comment via email that was a written comment for your review.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. If the applicant would like to come and make a brief presentation, you will have 10 minutes. You don't have to use the entire 10 minutes, and you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal if there is anyone speaking in opposition.
Mayor and Council, my name's Ron Barmore. I'm the CEO of Burcell Technologies. It's a pleasure to be here. We're really looking forward to building this state-of-the-art waste management facility at the site where Waste Pro has been transferring solid waste for the last 14 years. What we're going to accomplish with this facility is truly groundbreaking, and it's the result of 4 years of work that we've been doing in Cordele, Georgia, to refine our process, and we're very excited about the results that it will deliver. What we will accomplish in a nutshell is this. The waste that's delivered and currently being transferred to landfills from that location will first be processed through our facility, and we will recover and either reuse or recycle 75% approximately of that material. The bulk of that is organic waste, food waste, paper, corrugated materials that are processed through our proprietary technology and converted into a material that is then digested in an anaerobic digester where we're producing renewable natural gas. That gas will be connected to an Atlanta gas line and delivered into the marketplace as a replacement for natural gas that is produced from fossil fuels. We'll also produce a solid fuel that will be burned as a coal substitute in utilities and other locations outside of this area. So there's no water pollution, there's no combustion, so there's no air pollution, and the odors really don't exist. It's a self-contained process, so the process is odor-free. In fact, our process itself actually pasteurizes the waste in its first first step in the process, so whatever odor is coming in with the waste is destroyed in the Bursell system. So I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to provide responses to concerns that you've got. I think you've already approved this process through your zoning process. We are in compliance with your solid waste management plan, but if there's any concerns or any issues, I'm here to address them.
All right. Do we have any, thank you. You do have 7 minutes and 24 seconds left on the clock. Do we have any speakers in opposition? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council for questions.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have a voting item at the end of the agenda pertaining to this item.
All right. The chair recognizes District 7 Councilman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you, sir, for coming today. I have a few environmentalists that live in my district, in District 7, and here are a few of their concerns. So, for clarification, you are not burning plastic and converting that or recycling into pellets, correct?
That is correct. There's no combustion process at our facility.
So you're using, as you said, organic waste that will be converted into
renewable natural gas.
Now, their concern was also about methane capture.
That's actually what the anaerobic digester does. So when organic waste goes into a landfill, it breaks down slowly over time and generates methane. In a fairly uncontrolled environment, we're stopping all that. We're eliminating that by getting that organic material into the anaerobic digester, where over the course of a few days, we'll create that methane. That really is natural gas. So that's what will then be delivered to the pipeline. That's a completely enclosed process. And so it's a sealed anaerobic digester, and material goes in, the gas is collected, and in a closed environment, and then delivered to, as I said earlier, to the pipeline.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions? All right, seeing and hearing none. Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. We'll be voting on this a little bit later in the meeting.
That brings us to item 6. Items for a vote. First is alcohol license. Request approval for an alcohol license for Triple S 2022 Investment LLC doing business as A1 Store for an alcohol license for the retail sale of beer and wine beverages at 6129 Old National Highway, South Fulton, Georgia 30349. It's located in District 6.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of the alcohol license for Triple S.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound to the next item.
Brings us to rezoning. It's the second read. Case Z23-014, application by Kema Tillman to rezone property from AG1 zoning district to the TR zoning district to develop 8 townhomes on property located at 5510 Feldwood Place. This is located in District 5. Staff recommendation was approval. Planning Commission recommendation was denial.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to deny. No further discussion.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. We'll take that vote by show of hands.
So 1, 2. I have 6 votes in favor to deny.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 8, new subdivision, second read, Z23-019, application by Ibrahima Jagma, requesting to rezone from AG1 to NUP to develop up to 12-unit single-family detached subdivision on 7.22 acres of land at 3250 and 3280 Stonewall Tail Road. It's located in District 2. The recommendation of staff is approval conditional, and Planning Commission recommended approval conditional as well.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded.
Discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
So I do want to thank the developers that actually came out and met with me, and then also Cliftondale Community Association. They did get a lot of community feedback. One of the things that is in the Cliftondale overlay, and I want to make sure that I stress upon, is the 50-foot buffer that needs to be there, as well as the 10-foot setback. So that is a total of a 60-foot buffer that is included in the Cliftondale overlay. So I just want to make sure that that is on record and that you all are aware of that. But that is the condition that I want to make sure that I add. That's on the record.
All right, any further discussion? Do we have a motion to approve with conditions?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
The motion was approved unanimously as condition.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to short-term rentals. Case number 9, U23-008, application by Sean McKinney requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 5775 Dotson Road. It's located in District 4. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommended approval conditional as well.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve U23-008.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right. Let's clerk please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 10. It's case U23-021. It's an application by Andre and Keisha McClendon requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3740 Pittman Road. It's located in District 3 in the AG1 zoning district. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommended denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we deny this measure.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded and thirded and fourthed. I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously to deny.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 11, special use permits. This is case U23-025, application by Hugh Pham requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 6890 Campbellton Road, Suite 7. It's located in District 2 in the C1 zoning district. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommended approval conditional as well.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
I just want the public to know that this is the same nail salon that changed owners, so that is the reason why they are actually, it is Nail Icon. So I just want to make sure, because I've gotten a lot of questions. So that's just to confirm that on the record as well. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further discussion, I'll entertain that motion by a show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 12, case U23-026, application by Dianelle Parker requesting a special use permit to operate a beauty salon at 3435B Roosevelt Highway. It's located in District 3 in the C1 zoning district. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommend approval conditional.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to deny.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain that vote by a show of hands.
Motion was approved unanimously to deny.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 13. It's case U23-027, application by Fong Diep requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon at 5495 Old National Highway. It's located in District 5 in the C2 zoning district. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation was approval conditional.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to deny.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain that vote by a show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously. Actually, it was approved 6-1.
Approved to,
I have 6 to deny, 6-1.
Yes, okay.
One person did not vote.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 14 under agenda items, contracts and procurement. General Service Department requests council approval to amend the pool pad construction contract between the City of South Fulton and Pariani Construction for $384,478, adding the renovations to the pool and pump room at Welcome Hall Park.
All right, thank you, and thank you so much for providing all of this detail, Madam City Manager. This is definitely what we need. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve this measure as well as our request, item 15, request for council approval for the City of South Fulton Police Department to enter in a piggyback contract to procure the services Peregrine to provide unified data platform for the intention of unifying law enforcement data with real-time crime center at an annual cost of $124,100, as well as request for council to approve to accept the local maintenance infrastructure grant LMIG in the amount of $1,363,616.18 for full reclamation of various roads in the Fulton industrial area.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
That was Pritchett.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Pritchett.
So for clarification on the general services contract for Pariani Construction, am I to understand that here it says originally the construction contract was for $896,925 for the demolition and rebuilding of the pool pack, and that now it's requested an amendment to the scope of the pool pad construction contract be approved for $384,478. So is this meaning that $384,000 is the amount and not $896? Or what does?
Yeah, that's correct. The detail was provided for clarity. The council approved $1.5 million. So this is the second phase of a three-part process to get the repairs to the pool completed.
Thank you.
So to clarify, it is $384,478.
Thank you for that clarification. I yield.
You're welcome.
All right. Seeing and hearing no other discussion, I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously to approve items 14, 15, and 16.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 17 under City Administration. Request council approval of the renewal of workers' compensation coverage through GMA for the 2024 calendar year with a total annual premium of $807,621, which is an increase of $213,116.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the workers' compensation coverage from GMA in the amount of $807,621, as well as the approval of the following adjustments within the risk department budget to cover the increased premium: $10,000 for 51-2101 health insurance, $10,000 from 52-1301 software license, $8,000 for 53-1600 small tools, and $2,000 from 52-1200 professional, in addition to amending the City of South Fulton's HR policies for compensatory time.
Second.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously to approve items 17, 18, and 19.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 20, request council approval to authorize the interim city manager to sign the Bursell Technologies Incorporated Materials Recovery Facility and Anaerobic Digester Solid Waste Permit Application Letter. This letter confirms that the city followed the process outlined in the 2005 Solid Waste Management Plan to determine that the facility meets the requirements of consistency.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is an add-on item. It's the appointment of W. Amara Kennedy to the Public Arts Commission by Councilmember Williams Brown.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move acceptance of the appointment of W. Amara Kennedy to the Public Arts Commission to represent District 6.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the final items.
Did you want to take all of the special events together? So we
Yes,
have
please.
we have actually four special events that were offered. First is by Councilmember Pritchett, which is January 30th, Meet Your Councilwoman at 6 p.m. at Economic Development Office. Second is Senior Day at the Capitol, co-hosting with State Representative Mandisha Thomas on February 5th from 9 to 11. And the Senior Breakfast on February 6th at 10 a.m. at the 50-yard line. Also, Councilmember Willis wishes to add the Senior Valentine's event at a time to be determined in February, and that will be sponsored with Parks and Recreation.
All right, thank you. For the record, the first event you said was January 3rd. Did you mean February 3rd? Or January 30th? Is that what
January 30th.
30th.
Yes, 30th, yes.
All right. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. That brings us to the end of our published agenda. Madam City Manager, Mr. Clerk, more meetings like this. All right, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we recess to executive session for real estate, litigation, cybersecurity, and legal. Personnel, I'm sorry.
For all the things.
For all things.
Friendly amendment.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session for all the things. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none? I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
I thought that my understanding, we only had a personnel matter left to discuss.
We have all. I have some questions regarding real estate, so we need to do all.
Okay. Well, can we do real estate and real estate and personnel?
Everything we need, so we won't be in violation, so I can ask whatever question I need to ask.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll entertain that vote by show of hands.
I have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So I have 6 to 0 to go into executive session. We are recessed at 7:39 p.m. for all 4 items.
for those of you all who stayed up with us for the late show here at our city council meeting. We have one more person, and I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to close executive session.
I move to close executive session.
Second.
All right. Mr. Clerk, were there any items that we discussed for which we need to take action tonight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. I'm going to entertain a motion to re-adjourn. I'm sorry,
No,
reconvene.
we just reconvened, and it's a motion to adjourn at this point.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
Court, that is 4-0, and we are adjourned at 9:10 p.m.
All right, good night, South Fulton. We'll see you February the 13th at Welcome Mall Park.